Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim, and today we are getting back into, well, my game development day. It's my coding stream every Sunday. Continuing progress on my game GGG, and I know that it's a slow process. Game development can be that kind of, it can, it takes a bit to work and get a working product out there. And it's especially hard when you're kind of doing it by yourself. So, but I mean, that's what I have at the moment. Let me switch this over to webcam here. There we go. So, today we're going to be continuing our creation of the human sprites that I'm building for the game. I'm doing it for now. Here's the thing: there's some people that are willing to kind of put in some of the work into doing some of the work offline. My viewpoint is that I'm trying to use this as an educational tool as well, meaning that any kind of problems I encounter might be something that someone else might encounter as well. Now, granted, I throw these videos up on YouTube and they don't get a really whole lot of views, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, the point is that maybe someone will come along, watch my videos, and will they may know the solution right away because they might have dealt with it already. They might go, Jim, you're an idiot, why aren't you doing this? Or they might go, that's a good question, let's find where, if you come up with an answer. Now, there have been some answers where I didn't really know. I didn't have the answer. And thankfully I've had some people that have joined me from time to time and pointed me in the right direction. They are getting credited to my game for helping me out. We're going to be looking on drawing out these human characters a little bit more, and well, I'm a programmer. I'm not an artist, so it's going to be a struggle for me. So, if you appreciate that struggle, then stick with me on this, because I want to show. I'm continuing the process of I'm showing everything that I'm doing for the game. Some people might take some of that work offline and do it in their own free time. But, I like the idea of, showing you the struggles that I'm dealing with, showing you that, little light bulb that kind of pops in my head going, oh, that's what I need to do. Or, it fosters a sense of community. You seeing what struggles I'm dealing with, and you can kind of share in that. Um, Now, if you want to help me from time to time, or if you want to come onto my team, I can't really do anything for you financially or anything along those lines. Like the most I can do is, uh, help you experience-wise on it. But at the same time, um, the I don't necessarily want people coming in and kind of waiting for me either. It's case in point. Um, my landlord, we wanted to do something, a co-op kind of thing, and um, we picked out Minecraft. And he was like, I go to these servers, these, you know, um, international servers that a lot of people just kind of hop into, and they have like an economy and so on and so forth. I was like, oh, okay, so we can just kind of go off into a plot of land and play Minecraft. Okay, sounds good to me. But he kept going to the server quite a bit, and before I knew it, he had like a farm up and running. Now, granted, I didn't join him all that often because, um, you know, it, I, Minecraft at that point was, um, it wasn't like attention grabbing as much back then. Um, so I kind of failed him in that I didn't join him as much, but he continued to build to the point where the farm was, he set up, you know, a plot of land and a farm that had a rolling economy, and I kind of felt like I was kind of useless at that point. I hate that kind of feeling. Granted, it was of my own making, you know, um, but I want to be part of something. If someone just does the work, and finishes the job, then what have I contributed? Nothing really. And I don't like that feeling. Um, I like the idea of getting your own task and completing said task. And everybody has everybody can have their own separate tasks to do that they can work on, that they can build, and I don't necessarily want to be completely useless on that either. So, um, reminds me of a programming class that I had back in college. We were set into teams of two to do this project that would kind of build off the original, you know, first project would lead into the second project would lead into the third project, so on and so forth. It would build over time so that um, you eventually build project one into the last project. So, I knew a guy back in college. He was an okay guy. I mean, um, I got along with him okay. So, I teamed up with him, and I kept on contacting him over and over and over again, emails, social media, what have you, asking them, hey, when do you want to get together for this project? We need to get this done. Where are you at? You want to join me here for, working on this? And I got no answer from it. I was getting kind of worried. I'm like, what's going on here? What's happening? And then I finally get an email back from him saying that he did it. He finished it all by himself. I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean you finished it all by yourself? This is supposed to be a team project. He's like, I finished it. I'm like, okay, can you send me the code so I can at least understand it? Or at least make some sense of what you did, so if there's like a test or some kind of question later about what we did, I won't be left in the dark on it. And he's like, sure, and here's the code. I'm like, okay. I took one look at it, and it was operator overloading to the max. I mean, if anyone has ever seen the set of code that there was like a 99 bottles of beer on the wall code, okay, and they made it out to look like a bottle. That's it. There was no sense of code anywhere within the visual. You see the operator overloading to the point where you hardly saw any kind of words whatsoever in that entire bottle. As and the code that my teammate gave me was very similar to it. Very similar. I couldn't read it for the life of me. I was like, what the hell is this? How are we supposed to build off of this? I see no way of calling like additional functions. I saw no way of, how are you passing in arguments? How are you, there was no documentation saying how he did it. No comments put down showing, what was done, how it was done. Nothing. Pissed me off to no end. I was like, this is what you're turning in? How are we supposed to build off of this for Project 2? This gives me nothing. And you did this all by yourself? You're not I was so frustrated. I went to the teacher and I'm like, listen, this code, it's not mine. He built it himself. I can't understand it. I don't understand what he did with it. I'm at a complete loss on what he did and how he did it. I mean, I could probably have studied it up one side and down the other to try to figure out exactly how he did the operator overloading to that degree. But I was also dealing with one of the hardest classes, not the class that I was currently in with him. I was doing 2 programming classes, which I do not recommend that if you can help it. It's hard doing 2 programming classes at the same time. Okay. But one of the classes was the hardest programming class at that college at that time. And I was taking it along with this class that I had with that teammate. I had no time. So the fact that he did this all by himself allowed for no input from me whatsoever, and um, it from what I understand, he had to rebuild it himself so that he could get it to work with Project 2. I didn't stay with his team. I couldn't. I was willing to work with him, but he did nothing to work with me, and that irritated me beyond belief. How do you work with someone that doesn't want to work with you? Now, the Minecraft, a lot of it was my fault. Okay, I didn't join in as much, but the pain was still kind of there. Work was done without me, and I was kind of left holding the bag, I guess. It's not fair to him because I mean he was willing to continue playing, so the failing comes on me, but at the same time the it was still uh, I like contributing. I don't want people I don't want people carrying me. But yet at the same time, here I am, looking to be carried. A little self-reflection there, folks. But if you want to come in and join me on this journey, you know, you're welcome to. I'm happy for any kind of input or help you want to offer. If you want to join me on this, then um, let me know. Maybe we can arrange something, um, but don't feel like you need to do the entire project yourself either. I don't want that. It goes against my nature. You know, I want to learn. I want to experience. I want to do and keep moving forward. So hopefully you'll join me on that. So okay. Excuse me. Okay. So we are going to get into the drawing side of the game development again, and we are going to be working on it's pretty much all that I will be really working on today is the art. Um, so don't think that there's going to be a lot of programming today, because really there isn't going to be much, if anything. I want to get these art assets done, and that is going to be where the majority of today is going to be. So, so everything's looking like it's all being set up right at the moment. So let's go ahead and set this live. Let's see now. So here's where we kind of left off last week on this. I know. Fantastic art, right? But at the same time, this is about as good as I'm myself, how good it's gonna be for me. So we got some work to do on this now. So for the humans, there's two types of humans that are going to be pretty much walking around. There's the regular builders and gatherers, the gathering and construction, and then there's the hunters. So I'm looking at two different models for the sprite. So when the player gets enough resources from the gathering and construction, or just gathering really, they will be able to purchase a hunter. And I want the hunter to be looking a little different so it stands out a little bit more, so that they can see where their hunter is, and they might be able to kind of give some instructions as to where he needs to go in order to kind of protect. I want the player to be able to kind of select that hunter and go, no, you need to go over here, and then it will like follow the path over there. Okay. Or maybe not so much selecting the individual units per se, but being able to kind of say, hey, put a flag over here, go over there, and they can see the hunter going in that direction. Okay, or at least that's the idea of it. So it's not going to be easy per se on that, but on the controlling where they are and where they go, because that gets into a little bit more of a balancing issue as well. So, but we basically have two types of humans per se. We have the gatherer construction sprite, and we have the hunter sprite. So now, I was thinking along the lines of, for these models, I want to try to make these a little bit silly. Try to have something that kind of stands out a little bit. So the the mentality of it is that there's two games that um, well, okay, there's one game that I'm kind of basing this particular game off of. Okay, if you haven't seen it before, let me bring it up here real quick. Hold on. Um, so so the game um, that I'm kind of basing this off of a little bit. I mean, you know, it's not a complete direct copy of it. Okay, um, but let's um, let's kind of look at the, you know, let me, uh, don't really need to hear that. Oh, right, okay. Mute. um, so in this particular game, you have characters that just kind of walk around to try to take care of certain tasks. You know, like for example, this particular individual right here is the tax collector. He goes around to various buildings and he collects money from said buildings so that it gives you some money overall so that you can use it to build buildings, hire soldiers, so on and so forth. Okay. Um, Now there's other ways that you can make money, but you know the tax collector is, you know, one of those ways that you get a lot of money from. Okay, so um, and then you use said money to purchase buildings. Said buildings, such as the Rogues Guild, will give you heroes, and those heroes will go out and kill monsters that could probably be problem and, you know, cause problems for you, such as whatever spawns in from a sewer, you know, rats and the like. Okay, um, and but the player themselves are not controlling these characters individually. You know, they're going on their own particular tasks to, you know, do what they want to do. You know, do what they're designed to do. Okay, so same kind of process for this game. You know, I'm gonna have the blue collar humans, you know, gathering up resources and constructing barriers, which will allow for the player to purchase a hunter. You know, so you have the gatherers, the peasants in this case that will go out and build buildings and the like. Okay, you know, as the gatherers and, you know, well, gatherer being the tax collector and the gatherer being the tax collector and the constructors being the peasants, for example, in this regard. Okay. Um, and then you have the hunters that are going to be, you know, the heroes that you see running around killing off monsters. Okay. Same kind of idea. Or similar. Okay. Um, Now, I don't have the art ability to do something like this. So I'm relegated to try to um, do something a little, you know, that that's more along the lines of, like Legend of Zelda or Mario, Super Mario Brothers, um, the original NES, pixelated, I'm kind of that's about as that's about as much as I'm probably going to be able to do. So if anyone's kind of expecting me to do something along these kind of graphics, then no. I don't have. I mean, yeah, I could try to learn, and I can try to build myself up to this kind of level. But believe me, there are people that do this for a living. I'm not gonna be able to get to that level. I don't necessarily want to. This is not. I I I appreciate this level of concept, but at the same time, I don't see myself doing it myself, and it'd be kind of silly for anyone to think that I can get to that level of 3D graphics. So, um, but so we're kind of focusing on the sprite level of animations. Now I'm taking it a little step further though, in that I'm doing more um, of the original uh, Legend of Zelda style, um, which unfortunately I'm not seeing any of them. Let's see. So here's the original Legend of Zelda here, and this particular character, they have a animation for this particular character in 4 different directions. You have him going to the right, you have him going to the left, you have him looking down, and you have him going upwards, although, yeah, there he is. You know, so um, there's 4 different um, models or styles with their own respective animations to each one. Now I'm going to try to do the exact same thing um, with what I have here, um, but obviously I'm going to try to work on this a little bit more now. Um, Now here's another thing that I want to try to do. Um, I wanted to the game is probably going to be a little difficult for players. I'm not gonna lie, because Majesty wasn't a game for everybody. A lot of people kind of felt it boring. I enjoyed the hell out of it. You know, um, matter of fact, that you know, at some point in time, I think I'll I'll do a gameplay of it or something like that. I think I have it on Steam. Um, Maybe someday I'll do a stream of that. Go through the levels, and maybe people will enjoy watching me play it. Um, but wasn't a it wasn't unfortunately a blockbuster, which was kind of sad, really, because I really did kind of enjoy the game, and it was, you know, um, it was kind of fun seeing the, the heroes kind of take this guy on, take the monsters on or whatnot. So, um, so, but so it might not feed everybody's interest, but the one of the other um, another game that I'm kind of taking a little bit of inspiration from, and I want to try to mimic a little in the art style, by the way, in the art style, um, is the original Plants vs. Zombies. Okay. The the fact that these the zombies themselves, I mean, let's face it, you could make these look horrifying. Okay. I mean, just look at you know, uh, like, Left 4 Dead, for example. Okay, you can uh, you can make it look gritty. You can make the zombies look terrifying. Bloody, gory, menacing, whatnot. Okay, um, you can definitely try to go for that kind of art style. Make them look absolutely terrifying. Okay. But Plants vs. Zombies wanted to be a little bit kind of, um, it wanted to be a game for everybody. Okay. So they created an art style that, was cartoonish. Okay. Now, you can look at these a little bit more, and see that, um, I mean, if you look, you know, further in on them, you can see like, arms missing, you know, um, no hair, no nose, missing teeth, um, like, barely any kind of limbs whatsoever, and you can see that as completely horrifying. But it doesn't get to that level of detail where it's like outright gore, if you get what I mean. Um, so this is kind of the, similar art style that I'm kind of trying to work towards. So similar, but I don't want to make a exact duplicate. I don't want to take these particular art drawings and put them in the game. Okay, that's not what I'm going to do. Okay, as a matter of fact, that would be highly illegal, and um, I don't really want to have my game taken down because I copied copyrighted images. If you understand what I'm saying there. Now I could probably try to take these and modify them and change them around or something like that, but no, let's not do that either. Okay. Um, so this is kind of be my I guess you might say my inspiration. You know, this is kind of the silliness kind of style that I'm kind of aiming for on this. So, um, so yeah, this, um, this is the, I'm gonna try to kind of capture this in some way. I don't really know how per se. Like I said, I'm not an artist, so um, I want the cartoony feel of it, like the fact that these guys' eyes are, you know, one is larger than the other. The vacant expression on their faces, the um, obviously the sound kind of comes into play a little bit. The fact that these guys are wearing cones on top of their heads. That style. Okay. Um, I want to try to do that a little bit with all of the sprites that I'm working on. So I just don't know if I'm capturing it though on this. I don't know. Uh, maybe I'm overthinking it too much. Maybe someone will see this and think that it's the most hilarious thing in the world. I don't know. I'm, uh, most that I can do is base it off of slight little. Um, I'm basing it off of what I see. You know, um, now I named this human prototype because um, there's a lot of details here that I want to change overall, and um, there's a lot of details that I still want to kind of add to these particular characters. Um, details that I want to kind of change. I want to kind of add, um, work on to get it to kind of work with the aesthetic, work with um, what my vision is going to be, and then I'll be able to kind of take this, move it into its own file that I will then upload into Unity. Okay, but I'm not there yet. Okay, because there's um, much like the Legend of Zelda sprites, I want to be able to kind of show different angles, you know, on these guys a little bit more. Um, so, um, where we left off last time, I was working on the hunter style, and I'm kind of drawing inspiration from the standard, Rambo, gun belt or the bullet belt over their shoulders kind of thing. Um, Style look to them. Okay. Um, you know, I'm, I'm I'm looking at the individual that is like, you know, the the man's man, the one that kind of wants to go, wants to lead the charge into war or something like that. Okay. Um, that's the idea anyway. Um, you know, because there's not one guy or lady, matter of fact, that would look at Rambo and think that um, you know, um, he has like a little glass jaw, or um, he runs from every single fight. Okay, that's you know. Um, Now, I will point out though, there's a time, there's a time to stand your ground, and there's a time for a tactical retreat. Anyone that doesn't understand the tactical retreat, yeah, the most likely they're gonna die. um, you know, um, so there's no you know there's a time to it sounds silly to use it, but it's like the Kenny Kenny Rogers kind of comment. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Okay, a person that holds on every single hand, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose bad. They might win a couple of times, but majority they're they're gonna be. I mean, unless they have the best luck in the world, that they're always getting the best cards to win every single hand. There isn't a person out there like that. Okay, because eventually they will lose. That's just the nature of the beast. Okay. Um, but I'm still kind of trying to draw this character to that kind of mentality. You know, the stupid mentality of running headlong into battle, trying to kill everything, and um, trying not to retreat. Not good, but so. Um, so we have various um, groupings here right at the moment. Showing um, trying to work on the body. Now I could probably try to add some slight little details in here or something like that. Like hey, there's you know, um, here's some abs or something like that. I do that if I really wanted to, just to kind of add some, extra little details if I really wanted to. But let's hold off on that for now. That's extra detail that isn't really necessary. What I want to do right now is fix these ammo belts here. Okay. The the positioning of them is fine. That kind of works. If it's a little off center, it doesn't really matter because it shows the it shows the a little bit of like a realism kind of thing, because a soldier isn't gonna like throw on an army belt and go, oh wait, it's my ammo belt is slightly crooked, I gotta adjust it. No. Matter of fact, they might have some ammo belts on their person per se, but more often than not, they just, at least in today's standards, they have those army belts in cases or crates. Okay, so but they don't necessarily hold it on their person unless they absolutely need to. Maybe they've already kind of pulled it out of the box and they're just kind of carrying it with them. They drape it over their shoulder and continue firing or something along those lines. But here's the thing. I don't like the fact that the ammo belt is going super high over their shoulder. Now this one isn't too bad. Okay, because it still obscures the black line here and it's not sticking out too far. So this is okay to me. Okay, I'm okay with this. And as it is anyway, when the player is looking at the character, it might be as far back as this. So they're not going to see that small little niche on their screen. Okay. Or at least not that much. And even then, I'm going to just kind of keep the camera to a point where it is, you're not going to be able to kind of zoom in all this way, because why would I have a camera have the player zoom in this close to one of the characters? Don't want that to happen. So the player is probably going to be getting about this close, and you can barely see the little niche over the shoulder here, but it can see this. So what I'm going to try to do right now is figure out how to get rid of this portion right here without destroying the rest of the image. So let's see. Okay, what? Let me see, hold on. So I did. Okay, so I increased it to where the belt actually went over the shoulder a little bit more. Because in this case, it wasn't realistic. It was kind of going into the shoulder, and I don't really want to have that, so I increased it out to allow for, you know, at least the end of the belt to kind of go over the shoulder there. You know, much like how this one is. So, but the problem is that now, while this is fine and it's still kind of remaining the same down below here, now we have this portion that is, you know, above the shoulder and causing problems, and I don't really want that. So we're going to need to get rid of this. Problem is that I don't really have, you know, in the last stream, you know, last week's stream, I was trying to take the body here and cut out the extra portion here. Let's see. I was trying to do this one, division. You know, keeping you know, keeping both like the original box shape here and keeping what's here, but removing what's not the same between these two values, which is what I thought division was all about. You know, I don't want intersection, I don't want exclusion, I don't want difference. You know, I just want the division. I want this tiny little portion here removed, so I don't have to worry about seeing it anymore. But it wasn't working as what I thought it would work. So I'm gonna have to do something else, which means I'm gonna need to kind of take another shape so that I can cut into this particular bar and just kind of remove this like this triangle piece, you know, without destroying this portion as well. So we're going to kind of take a box, put it right next, you know, on you know, we're basically going to take you know, draw a box here. We're going to, you know, oh, god damn it, I keep on doing that. I'm going to use this to kind of cut away the excess here. So we're going to take that, we're going to take this, and then we're going to do a difference. Yeah, there we go. So now, let me save this real quick. Now we have a little bit more to kind of work with a little bit. Now, is this perfect? No, it's not. Can I keep on taking squares and keep on cutting away at this? Yes, I can. Do I really want to? No, I don't. The point is that when when you're when you're pulled that far out, you're not going to be worrying too much about um, how it's going to look overall, um, because well, I mean, it would be nice for me to kind of, or let me try to explain this. When it comes to art, okay, um, I know, just because I know a little bit about it, but I mean, I'm not an artist, okay, but I know eventually there comes to be a point where the artist needs to set down their paintbrush, okay, they need to say, this is good, and be willing to sell their piece or donate their piece or give their piece, whatever, what have you, okay. um, they need to be willing to sell it off. They may look at it and go, there's a flaw here, oh, there's a flaw there, ooh, I want to add this, ooh, I want to add that. But eventually at some point in time they're gonna need to put the paintbrush down and say, this is good enough. It's a hard decision, believe me. It goes for pretty much every single field that's out there. Okay, but eventually they're going to have to come to a point where they're going to say, this is good. This is good enough, I should say. And be willing to put their paintbrush down. Okay, it goes with every kind of work project out there, really. Okay, there has to be a point in time where you have to say, this is good enough. Okay, and if you're struggling with that, to be honest, I don't know what to tell you. It's kind of a matter of will. Okay, um, you see, I could take you know additional minutes, hours to you know clip this tiny little portion off if I really wanted to. Okay, I can do this kind of, here, I'm gonna draw this, then we're going to rotate it. So now I'm gonna bring this down and we're gonna cut off that portion now. But then you're gonna be looking at it and like, how far do you go? There's gonna be a point while you're working on this and you're gonna look at it and go, how far, how detailed are you gonna try to get it? Are you gonna try to put every single last pixel in to make it perfect? Or are you gonna have to kind of step back and say, I don't need those pixels in there. Okay. There has to be a point where you're gonna have to be willing to say, this is good enough. Okay. Say, I can do this path difference. Okay. And suddenly it's a little bit more cut. Is it perfect? No, it's not. Are you willing to take the time and the patience to keep on cutting this down to try to match it with the curve of the of the body here? Not me. because that looks perfectly fine. I'm not really seeing a major difference here. Okay, as I keep on going out, I can still kind of see that little niche above the shoulder there. I don't see it here, and that's good. That works. Okay. You have to set your paintbrush down from time to time. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take this entire body here, and we're going to get rid of it. Don't want it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and group this together. So yeah. Okay, so now we have a body that works. Okay, for now. Okay, we're okay with this. So we're gonna kind of come over here. We're gonna kind of paste it in, and you know we're okay with this. Okay. Now I'm not exactly done with this. I wanted to stand out a little bit more to show that this is a gun belt. Okay. I want to show the hunter side of this particular character a little bit more. So that means I'm going to want to I'm going to want to continue adding to the body here, but the body itself right now, it's good. I don't need to really worry too much about the body after this. Okay, I don't necessarily need to worry about, oh, there's some errors. There's some errors here. Don't really care. We're past that point. Okay, we're gonna move on. Okay, so I'm not completely done with this body yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete it still. Okay, because we still want to add to it. Okay, and the reason why I still want to add to it is because I want to make it clear that this guy is indeed a hunter. I want him to kind of stand out a little bit more, and I want to add to that level of silliness to him. Okay, the face, it's fine. It works. Okay, is it the best? No, it's not. But it works. So again, this is a point of, is it good enough? Yes. Do I want to add some more details? I mean, who doesn't? But at the end of the day, I need to say it's good enough. So, say for example, the hair, the fact that the swirl isn't like, perfect. There's little tinges of white in the hair, which kind of makes it look a little ridiculous with the pale skin, for example, on this. Okay, so, but that's okay. We're good with that. Okay, it adds that level of silliness. Okay, so so now we're going to work on the gun belt here. Now, I need to figure out how to make an arrow. Now, I don't want it super long. So, what I want to do is create like a small little shaft here. Rotate it, and that's gonna be kind of like the, the arrow in question here. And then we'll put the tail and the arrowhead on it. So, and then of course we're gonna kind of duplicate it multiple times on here. And we're also going to want to change it for, change it for this one here so that it kind of is a little bit more perpendicular. So we'll have this kind of going along this belt as well. So, but we're going to hold off on the angling of the arrow for now, because I want to build the arrow I want to just be able to kind of build the arrow, and then I'll be able to kind of duplicate it and rotate it. So now, if I put the arrowhead on here, making it look like a wooden shaft doesn't really work with the gun belt. Okay, the colors kind of mesh in a little too much. I mean, you can't see the difference there too much. Okay, and that's, you want the colors to kind of pop out with each other. So I need to have something a little bit different. Something that kind of stands out to the gun belt here. Orange kind of works. I'm okay with orange. So, or, a similar color to orange, I should say. So now we're going to work on the arrowhead. 3 corners. Now let's see. Okay, so if I do that, I'm trying to make it as perpendicular as I possibly can to the arrowhead. It's just kind of difficult to do that, you know, just by visual. I mean, you could probably do it through, like, you know, other you can do that through like drafting tools like, you know, CAD or something like that. Not that I've personally done that, but I mean, when you're drafting buildings and like through CAD, you need to know, you need to make sure that you have, you know, 90-degree angles, and in certain cases you need to make sure that that is indeed, you know, a right angle. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm getting that right angle on this or not. It's very difficult to kind of eyeball it. At the same time, I can't really tell whether or not this is a whether or not this is actually centered on here either. Let's try it this way. There we go. Okay, so this will work. That will work. So now we're going to go ahead and change the arrowhead into a different color so that it kind of stands out a little bit more. Want it to kind of look like a stone arrow, or a stone head. I guess that'll work for now. So now we're going to go ahead and group these two. There we go. Now, how are we going to do the tail? Um, let's see. So, do we put like a why am I suddenly blanking on the name all of a sudden? Um, my mind is trying to say it's pentagon, it's pentagon, and it's like no, no, no. That's a five-sided shape. Um, uh, um, parallelogram. That's what I was trying to look for. Now, I could make parallelograms to kind of make the tail there, and that might be the route that I need to go with. I can make little smaller ones to kind of make it look more like this, for example. But I think I'll be using a parallelogram to kind of make this tail will work for what I'm looking for. Question is, how do I make a parallelogram from that? Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. This isn't really working out the way I wanted it to. Okay. There has to be an easier way of drawing a parallelogram um, um, in Inkscape. So So here's the thing that's not. I mean, okay. Let's say we make a box, right? So you can change the size of it. You can kind of make it longer, make it shorter, so on and so forth, right? When you click it again, you can now rotate it, which is great. But this isn't a parallelogram, okay? Um, at least not not completely, okay? A parallelogram, okay, by definition, um, doesn't have four 90-degree angles, okay? Um, it has two angles that are less than 180 degrees and two angles that are more than 100-degree angles, okay? Um, the as you can kind of see here, um, so um, both of these sides, the two sides here are parallel, okay? That's the same with a square, but the angles of A and B, or angles of A and B are the same, but they are not equal with each other, okay? A and B are not equal with each other, okay? So that's the difference between what a parallelogram and what a square is, okay? And same with the rectangle, okay? The um, the rectangle and the square both have 90-degree angles on all of their um, corners, okay? So and while their sides might be parallel, you know, with their opposite side, rectangle has a larger sides for one of their set of sides, okay? That the length for one is more than the length of the other. So okay, that's the reason rectangles are not the same as squares. Okay. Parallelogram is not the same as a square or a rectangle, even though it's very similar to a rectangle in the sense that the A and B are not the 90 degrees. Okay. So the problem with rotating this around, I'm still keeping the 90-degree angles. Okay. This is not a parallelogram. Okay. So this doesn't so this answer here of being able to just kind of tilt, that doesn't make a parallelogram. Okay. So so this particular person didn't really answer this guy's question. And in fact, um, this is not the this is not the correct answer for this period. Okay, because you're you're not changing the angles um, when you're just kind of moving it around like this. Okay, you're just not doing it. Okay, the angles are still 90 degrees. Okay, I can still call this a square if I really wanted to. You know, hell, I could, if I really wanted to, I could, um, you know, you could try to call it a rhombus, but it's not that either. um, you know, you could try to call it a rhombus, but you know, as it, you know, as it points out here, there are different angles here on this. Okay, so this question does not answer this guy's problem with parallelogram. Um, you would think that, you know, a question such as this, you know, that was done 9 years ago, um, they would have um, this kind of um, shape library by now, one would think. Maybe they already do. Maybe they have it in like the pro version or something like that. Not sure. But right now, I'm not really seeing it. Let's see. Um, I don't really see any kind of additional shapes or anything along those lines. Hmm. So, um, hmm. that's okay. I was so I was missing out on the uh, I was missing out on the specific vocabulary that I needed to have in order to do this. I was seeing the rotate, but I wasn't seeing the shear. So that makes the parallelogram. So now I can actually take this and move this down here. Let's see. Let's see. Whoops. No. 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 Well, this is kind of unfortunate. Okay, I can see here that my two shapes are not the same size altogether here. Let's go ahead and fix that real quick. There we go. That should do. Now, do I make the arrow, kind of seamless in that do I just kind of put it up here and be done with it? Do I kind of have it kind of sticking out like so, and kind of have the tail kind of sticking out this way? Which I'd probably want to do something along the lines of, get it to this point here where the angle is correct, but that's not really working out the way I want it to. Why is that? It's interesting. looks about the same. So if I did something like this, then I'd want to kind of bring it back here a little bit, which means there we go. This is interesting. The point on which the it might be the fact that they're not actually kind of centered yet, which is probably the issue at hand. You know, I was kind of hoping that I could do something like this, but aligned to the bottom edge of the center, but you know, meaning that I want the bottom portion of the shape on the center line, and the top portion on the center line down below, kind of thing. You know, so that's what I was thinking that these were, but no, that's not the case. How does it matter? Am I going to bother with the do I bother with the tail at the end? Or do I just kind of stick them on the edge here? Like so. And kind of be done with it that way. Wish I had some people in chat that I could kind of talk with about this and see what your, you know, what others might think of this, but I don't. So this is gonna have to kind of, I'm gonna have to figure this out. What do I think makes it look better overall? let's see how it looks on the the model itself. So first off, we're going to take this and we're going to make an exact duplicate of it. So this time around, we're going to grade this in such a way where we're going to kind of group this for now. Because I mean that's good enough. And then we're going to fix this one right here a little bit more. Okay. Now so that's going to be good enough. I mean, it you know, you can eyeball it closer if you really wanted to, but okay. So we're gonna take this one and we're gonna group it. Okay, and now we're gonna take both of them and we're gonna kind of put them right next to each other. And see how wacky it looks. So now what looks better? Well, so this to me looks a little off. I mean, I don't mind the length of the shaft on it. It makes it look like it's longer overall, but based off of what I'm looking at right at the moment, the the tail section just does not really match with it just doesn't really work for me all that much. Now, I mean, I could try to tweak and modify this and get it to kind of work all together, I guess, to make it seem like it's a little bit more arrow-like, because the parallelograms aren't really matching that well here, and it's not really it doesn't really give me a arrow look to it, because typically, you know, old style arrows, you put the bowstring to the back of the shaft itself, not to the feathers. So, and it's still that way. So, um, or at least to my knowledge, I mean, I don't go out archery shooting at all. So, um, but I'm pretty sure, like 99.9% sure that the bow still has the string attached to the shaft itself. That's it. So, I mean, unless there's some kind of arrows that I don't really know about that allow for you to attach it um, to feathering. Um, I don't have the exact word for the feathers on an arrow. Let me look that up here real quick. Just kind of curious, actually. Um, Feathers on an arrow. Deflection. Um, but more often than not, you don't have or to my knowledge, you typically never have um, the bowstring, attached to a deflection at all, because you want that to kind of remain fairly um, flexible to allow for um, so that it kind of controls the wind as it's going through the air. Um, so yeah. I don't think this works. So we're gonna get rid of it. We're gonna use this one from here on out. So let's go ahead and actually, there we go. I want to be able to kind of duplicate these guys multiple times. I also want to be able to um, change the color on these a little bit more. So okay, now we have the arrowhead, we have the arrow shaft. Now we want to actually draw and color in the feathering or the fletching. How am I going to draw that though? How am I going to color that in? Traditionally it was like bird feathers, which depends on the bird that you find. Some birds were better than others on design getting the right kind of feathering. I mean, I could go with a standard yellow or a standard white and just make them that way, but I want them to kind of stand out a little bit too. Hmm. then of course you got the various other colors as well from manufacturings and like. You know, the sometimes the you know, I don't know if the exact reasoning behind you know, vibrant colors are, because you know, traditionally it was just like feathers, so you didn't really have um, you know, you didn't have any like outrageous coloring or anything along those lines with you know, traditional kind of arrows. um, I mean, you weren't like pulling out peacock feathers or something like that to um, for your feathering. Okay. Um, but the peacock feathers. Hmm. All right. That that makes it interesting. Um, I wanna. It makes it unique. The fact that this hunter now, and are people gonna be looking at this and going, "What the heck is that?" Are they gonna be able to kind of tell whether or not it's I'm trying to like imitate a peacock feather? Probably not. They're probably not gonna even see it. Who knows? Um, but I find it to be kind of silly. So um, what's going on here? Why do we have like different colors here? What the heck? Okay. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And we're going to try to mimic this a little bit in that we're going to do like 3 different um, egg shapes here a little bit. So we're going to change this to a lighter green here. We're going to do I need this, don't need the I don't need the stroke to be that large. Oops, nope, don't need that. Okay, now we're gonna do another one. Let's see, actually, hold on. Let's copy this, put it out here. We're going to turn this into an orange. Orange, there we go. Make it slightly smaller, because there's it's a slight ring around it. Now, this level of detail, I probably shouldn't really be doing all that much. The reason why I'm kind of doing it is to add to the silliness, to add to the kind of goofy nature of it all. So that's the reason why. So so this time around we're going to do a dark blue, and we're going to make it super small. And there we go. So is the player going to be able to kind of see this, make that connection to a peacock feather? Probably not. You know, this right here is quite silly altogether. So but it's going to be super small on the human character. Are they going to be able to kind of tell? Probably not, all things considered. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to do... Oh. Take this, copy that, paste it again, bring it down here. I'm going to try to center it as much as I can here. And then we're going to look at... Oh, actually put it centered on this as well. Okay. Sure. I was afraid that I was kind of messing up that, but no. Okay. I was kind of lucky on that end. So now yeah, see, if the player does zoom in super close to these individuals, they're not going to be able to kind of tell what the that these are, peacock feathers. I mean, that's the reason why I'm that's the reason for the this is a level of detail that really didn't need to be added in, but it just kind of adds to that little silly motif if the player is able to see it, but the player can't. So is it needed? Not really, but I'm going to keep it in anyway. Okay, so we're going to take this, we're going to go ahead and group it all together. So those are our arrows, and now we're going to go ahead and put them on the belt. So take that, copy, and then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, that will kind of do. So we're going to take this. Let's go ahead and zoom in on this because we want them to be fairly angled correctly on this. So I want them to kind of stand out with I don't necessarily need them kind of over the edge of the human body. I want it to try to kind of contain it all in one. So okay. Now, is this going to be absolutely perfect? No, not really. Does it really need to be, though? No, not really either. Now, I could do the control of it. I could do the control. Problem is with the control is the fact that it might not kind of keep it parallel to the belt itself, or perpendicular, I should say. The arrowhead. If you look at this over here, you see that the arrowhead is slightly angled. That this line right here is going to kind of cut into this trap a little bit more. And I don't necessarily want that. I mean, could I leave it like that? Sure I could, but sometimes the angle could be a little off. Kind of ruins the immersion a little bit, so these aren't great, but I mean they work. I also don't necessarily want the fletching going into the belt either. So I want to make sure that it kind of stands out a little bit. So okay, now one of the things that I'm kind of wondering about doing is typically when you look at an army belt or you look at an ammo belt, so ammo belt, all the bullets are kind of in one particular direction, okay, because it just allows for you to just kind of pull out the bullet, put it in your gun, and move on, okay. If you're using like individual rounds, like you know, shotgun or or rifle ammo or what have you. Okay, now it might actually be a full on belt in that you feed that into a machine gun and use that, but sometimes it could be as individual. It could be individual bullets. Okay, same with the concept of these arrows. They're individual arrows that you can pull out if you really wants to and shoot them. Okay. I'm kind of wondering if I should be kind of silly and instead of having them all kind of angled the same way, in that these are kind of still kind of facing down. I'm wondering if I should kind of be a little silly and say, oh, hey, these are gonna be facing upwards or something. Yeah, yeah. We're, we can have them pointing down. It's fine. One of the things that I thought of just then was um, one of the mentalities that I'm kind of picturing from this guy kind of guy is from a 3 episode show that was it was during the writer's strike. I need to make sure that I have the name of it correctly. It's been a long time since I watched it. Um, um, there it is, Dr. Horrible. Um, let's see. Uh, yeah, Dr. Horrible sing-along blog. Um, if anyone hasn't seen that, they really should. It's quite hilarious, sad, but hilarious at the same time. One of the uh, one of the individuals in that sing-along blog is, I think it was Captain Hammer. Yeah, Nathan Fillion, fantastic actor. I really do enjoy uh, really do enjoy his work. Um, this is the kind of uh, mentality, that kind of, you know, uh, the whole toxic masculinity um, style that I'm kind of picturing for this particular individual here. And there's one particular line in it, um, where he's like going, "I'm gonna give her the hammer," and you know what the Indian window was all about, but he continues with it and tells you exactly what it is, and it's like, oh gosh. The mentality of him, and it's like, okay, well, you know so um the this is another kind of um, this is another thing that kind of adds to that kind of um, mentality, I guess you might say. You know, just a little bit. Um, let's see. Um, they don't necessarily want these kind of sticking down into the belt area, but at the same time, I don't necessarily want them crowding too much. Let's see. Will this work? Hmm. The grays kind of the grays kind of aren't working very well with the pale skin. You can barely see them at this point, so you're kind of wondering what exactly are you looking at this kind of distance. Obviously, as you continue to kind of scroll out, you're not going to be able to see exactly what's on his belts, but if you scroll in a little bit more, then it makes it a little bit harder to see the arrowheads. Hmm. How am I going to fix that? Do I make them black? Oh, what just happened there? I can see edges on the arrowhead there. God damn it, really? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ungroup. Ungroup. There we go. Now, there we go. I don't want it to be completely black, but I don't necessarily want. I want them to kind of stand out a little bit. I guess that'll have to do. So, take that, group that. Now we're going to take this. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is replace this with those. So what I want to do is I'm going to make $14 copies of this. So copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then we're going to take these two, and then we're going to swap them. Well, damn. I didn't really want... I wanted the angles to kind of be the same. You know, I wanted this one to kind of copy this angle. I guess I can't really do it. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to fix the angles on this anyway, so... I was wondering if there was like a keyboard shortcut that I can use for the rearrange, but... Alright, so now we've replaced them all, and now we're just going to go ahead and delete these. Change the angle, which unfortunately it's not really working all that great. Okay. Let's see. don't know why the I mean, these shapes are the exact same, so I don't know why the center point of it is off, but whatever. But at least I'm correcting each of these, so kind of wish that the angle and positioning was kind of kept, but whatever. Okay, and we are good. Okay, now, how does that look? You can still kind of see the arrowheads. Not that well, but you can still kind of see them. So, I mean, if you zoom in, you'll be able to see them. So, they're not what's the word I'm looking for? The coloring isn't similar to the point where the object is being hidden in the background. Okay, it's not being camouflaged. There's a specific term for it. I don't really know it, so I'm not gonna go into it that much. But okay, so we're done with the body here. So I can take this, we can group it all together, and we can now move this body over here, and we now have a hunter. Now, I'm not done yet, okay, because there's still more to the character that needs to be done, okay. So first, need to have an arm to him, okay. Need to have the specific weapons for the hunter, meaning I need to figure out what I want to do for the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins, okay, and have them have specific weapons to them. Now, this can be perfectly fine for you know, this can be kind of perfectly fine for the you know, for the standard hunter, you know, for the, you know, the you know, hunter will always have this kind of body style to him, okay, and we can work with that. Okay, I just thought of something here. So when you're going through like different hunters, the you typically purchase a particular hunter for the you know, for the monster in question. Okay. I forget exactly where I put it here. But yeah, I was talking about the like different style of hunters and the like, and I thought at one point in time I was I think at one point in time I was actually kind of talking about allowing for, you know, the ultimate hunter. You know, basically you hire one hunter, you know, for the ghouls, ghosts, or goblins, or you can hire one hunter that can take out all three. Okay, that's how my mind was kind of working back at the time. Okay, so, well, how do you make a hunter that has all three weapons? So I was actually thinking, well, why don't we just give the hunter three arms? You know, have you know, we can just kind of go, okay, here's one arm, here's another arm, and here's another arm, or something like that, something silly along those lines. And each one is carrying like the weapon in question. Now this is going to take a little bit of work because I don't necessarily want the arm to be like, you know, I'm going to need to make sure that it stands out a little bit, that you could see all the arms at all times, and that it's not like super if I do want to have the three arms for the ultimate soldier, I'm gonna want to make sure that the arms aren't like super beefy kind of thing, to the point where I can only fit one arm at a time. So I'm gonna need to kind of work on that a little bit, try to figure out how to kind of show the you know, show the weapon, show the arm in a way that, you know, you can tell what it is. So Okay, so we have. I think we're gonna hold off on the arms for now, though, because that's gonna require quite a lot of detail, and you know, I need to figure out. I need to be kind of creative as to what I want to see with it, which means that I need to be willing to kind of change it around quite a bit. So I'm figuring that that's going to be something that is going to require quite a bit of different um, changes over time on it. So um, so I think what I'm gonna want to do is let's go to the feet first. Let's do the feet, kind of um, change that around, um, because I don't see that as something that's going to be um, that difficult to change, or that difficult to. I mean, I could pretty much use the feet for both of the bodies. So how am I going to draw the feet here? Do I want them super wide apart? Do I want them super close together? I mean, like super close together? Do I want them kind of centered for the most part? Hmm. these are fine leg sizes, but let's try to get some shoes on this guy. So, how am I gonna do this? How do I make shoes? I mean, that works. Now, let's see. This works. Let's not think about it too much. Now, let's see. We want to copy that, paste that so that we can have two. Now, let's see. Can I take this and can I flip it? Can I mirror it? There we go. I do that so that I can so when the individual's walking in a certain direction, I can change the direction of the feet, in the direction that they're walking. Is it going to be perfect? No, not really, because okay, so let's put it this way. These characters can walk in 6 different directions. Okay. Right now, I'm covering 2 of those 6 directions. Am I gonna bother trying to draw these in a way that will allow for me to cover all 6 directions? No, not really. I don't want to bother trying to angle these feet in such a way where it looks like they're kind of moving down a little bit more. Okay, I'm just going to use these feet for when they're going up right to the right or to the bottom right, and then of course use these feet for when they're going to the left, whether it's up, down, or straight. Okay, so would I love to see that? Sure, but again, I don't want to put too much time into that amount of detail. Okay, I spent a lot of detail just trying to get the body built on this already. Okay, I don't want to spend any more time than I absolutely have to on this now. What do we do? What we want to do now is we're going to try to figure out if where I actually kind of want these. Do I want these kind of next to each other a little bit? Not really. Let me bring it in with the face and how does it look? Okay, so here's a problem with here's a potential problem for having them super close like this. Okay, you don't really have a lot to kind of go with when it comes to animation. Having small steps, doesn't really show much in terms of animation. So, take for example, let's take this for example. These 2 feet together. So, let's try to animate this a little bit, right? So we're gonna move this one forward, and then we're gonna kind of get this one out of the picture so that it looks like they're kind of in the same area. And then of course we switch back a little bit so that it looks as though he's doing a slow walk. Okay, you're doing the separate, together, out, together, out, together, out, together, out, together, out, together. That's the simplest form of animation. Okay, and seeing that we're not really angling the individual too much on this. Um, the We're not having to kind of worry about keeping all the legs completely visible. Okay, so we can um, make it look like it's outside in, outside in. It's outside in, meaning that they're together, so you don't really um, see the back foot, from the right angle and from that particular angle, and then you go outside and hiding one of the feet outside. So um, if you have the um, angle of the character in such a way where you're going to want to show the um, the angling of the feet, then you're going to want to show both of them, um, in kind of like a rotation, much like how I was kind of doing that with the eyes over here. Okay, having them kind of rotate around. Okay, so um, yeah. So this makes things a little interesting in that if a character is in idle animation, their eyes are going to be set at a specific point, but when it starts moving or something like that. So when it comes to animation, you want to have it where um, you want to kind of complete a particular cycle if you can. Okay, so it's much like making a GIF, a GIF image. Okay, one of the best kind of images that constantly rotates is that you typically want the starting frame to match with the just slightly before the end frame, meaning that you want them to kind of smoothly transition, as say like you're walking along. Okay, you want them kind of smoothly transitioning so that it just keeps on going. Okay. Let's see. So let's just kind of take this animation, for example. Notice how the legs kind of, you can kind of see the legs being, different from each other. You have that that was actually a good example right there. So, take a look at this image, and he's going to take each and every single image of this, and he's going to break it down into their own separate animation for each one. Okay, and he's going to kind of show you what it takes to kind of animate each and every single last little frame to get the to kind of show the how the walking animation kind of is done. Now, if you are showing the both legs in a manner that is kind of tricks your eyes to thinking that it's 3D, okay, then you're going to want to have a way to kind of show as they kind of move along. You want both feet to be clearly visible, okay, because you're going to be seeing both of the feet, okay. For our purposes here, for now, we don't really care too much about that, okay. There's no real depth to the character, so I don't necessarily need to worry too much about having the legs give the impression of being 3D. Okay, we don't need to worry too much about that. Okay, so let me see if there's a example of once again he's kind of showing the different legs walking. Let me see if there is something where he's not really showing any kind of what happens if you just want to be if you want just kind of like a simple 2D style of animation here. So trying to look for a good example of it, but something super basic. But so far I'm just seeing I mean, this kind of comes close to it a little bit in that the legs are almost right on top of each other, so it kind of looks like it's just a single leg. Okay, it's similar to this in nature. Okay, so you have, you know, the kind of the run where it's, you know, you're taking one, going to the next, having legs close in on each other, or if not, you know, the same position with each other, and then you spread them back out, and you continue kind of going back and forth with each other. Okay, and that's a very simple animation that you can do. Okay, to kind of simulate some amount of, you know, you could basically take these two images here, and you can you know, go one after another, you know, to um, make the illusion that it's actually running, but in fact it's just two frames just kind of interchanging with each other to kind of look that it's still kind of, you know, running along or walking or whatnot. So um, now obviously if you want to have um, the different legs standing out from each other, then you're more than welcome to. Obviously, you know, um, it all depends on what you want to make yourself. Okay, for me, I don't really care too much about going too much into depth onto the animation walk cycle. Um, you know, maybe later on down the road when I can hire, you know, an animator or something along those lines to work on this more, then the walk cycle is going to be a little bit better. You're going to see a little bit more of a um, you're going to see more frames as it kind of walks along. So um, so it stands out a little bit more. You'll be able to kind of see the feet more, the legs more. You know, they'll be able to kind of stand out a little bit more. So it's not going to be like, you know, we're just going to do this to kind of simulate animation. So um, but obviously that's going to be um, that's going to be slightly different. You know, this guy, for example, see how his legs are pretty much the same here. Pretty much, they're showing that he actually has two separate legs, and that one of them is kind of in the shadow, um, to kind of simulate that. Oh, this, you know, he does have a second leg, but it's a little bit further from your view, making it look as though um, the um, the perspective is that you're kind of out of focus on the leg in the back, for example. So um, this kind of that kind of shows you a little bit more of what I'm kind of talking about on a walk cycle that you don't necessarily need to show to get the basics. So okay. Just doing a lot of searching, so I figured I'd clear all that out for now. Okay, so but do I want him to have legs that are out here, for example, so that when I do have him start walking, I can have, you know, the back leg kind of come here. We'll remove this to kind of show that it's his legs are, you know, next to each other. Or should I do it in such a way where it's kind of them right on top of each other. And then we switch them back to the way they were. I'm not sure. Let's see. I think a wide stance is probably going to be best out of all this overall. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could create the animation walk cycle to be like 8 different frames, for example. Okay, I could do something like, hey, here's frame 1, here's frame 2, here's frame 3, here's frame 4, meaning that, you know, that it looked like it moved a little bit. Or I could try to change it to something like this a little bit more. Oh. So there is some amount of movement, and then we go there for the next frame, and then we go back to the original position for the last frame, and we rinse and repeat. Okay, meaning that we use this frame as 1, and then we have, you know, the last frame as something like that, in order to simulate the fact that it's getting back into its original start position. Because you don't necessarily want the you don't necessarily want this position to be frame 8 and then frame 1 or something like that. You don't want, you know, 1 to 8, and you don't want that to be frame 1 and 8. See what I'm saying? So okay, so far it's looking fairly good here. You know what, I'm going to go ahead and take the face, and we're going to copy it out here for now. Just so if I need to make any kind of changes, I can without too much difficulty. But I think we're going to go ahead and head on into the arms, and we're going to see how I can do the arms and have the specific tools in mind or specific weapons. Because eventually I'm gonna want to, um, for the tools, I'm gonna need to be able to get, these different resources, and I'm gonna need to do, um, different weapons um, for the different monsters. Hmm. I'm suddenly wondering, um, maybe instead of 3 arms for the hunter for the 3 different weapons, maybe I should do like a um, Swiss Army knife kind of style to it. Like, he's holding, like a baseball bat, and you have like an axe, a sword, and the proton pack or something like that. Not sure. Hmm. So how do I want to tackle that? Let's see. Um, how do I visually show the ultimate hunter? 3 arms with each weapon. Let's make this into, let's see, Swiss Army knife of weapons. Alright. So obviously I'm gonna have to figure out whether or not, you know, um, when I do have this available on the very last level, you know, uh, this particular level, we're gonna kind of allow for them to be produced, or maybe we're gonna bring them out on all this, maybe. Hmm. Not sure. Again, it's going to be kind of a balancing issue as to whether or not we want to have, um, where do we want the ultimate hunters to be available to the player? Where are we going to introduce them um, to the player. So um, obviously this isn't going to be shown all that often, but I mean we're going to need to figure out um, where do we want these guys to kind of step in. I mean, do we just want it showing up on the last level of the entire game? I don't know. Maybe maybe I can put them in each of these individual levels, but have their costs super high. I don't really know. I wouldn't really understand why someone would want them on these particular levels, seeing that I'm just bringing in each of these enemies one at a time. But maybe once I start using two of the enemies on a level, then we can go ahead and have the Ultimate Hunter in, so that they can so while the player might want to just kind of purchase individual hunters to take out the enemy, individually, like send the ghoul hunter out for hunting ghouls, or send out the ghost hunter for hunting ghosts. They can purchase the ultimate hunter that can just go out and hunt both without any difficulty. Should I have the ultimate hunter be completely immune? Don't know. That again, it comes into a balancing issue. I'm gonna need to either make the cost of them pretty high, so that they're gonna have to really consider if it's worth the risk. But that's later down the line. That's going to be get into like the balancing of the game, whether or not it's going to be beneficial for the player or not. And I'm going to have to kind of this is probably going to be more like the alpha build and beta build for it to determine whether or not that's going to be good for those particular individuals. So, do I? Does this guy have a Swiss Army knife, or does this guy have 3 arms? I don't know. We'll figure it out as we kind of go along. But we're getting close to the end of where I normally end my stream here, folks. Got about like 20 more minutes left. The idea of creating this guy's arm is going to be difficult at best. Because I have to figure out not only the proportion of the arm, I need to figure out the angle of the arm, meaning, okay, so do I create the arm in such a way where it's like sticking out back with the weapon in their hand, like so? Do I, bring out the arm forward so that you can kind of see the weapon as they kind of walk along, kind of hand down situation? Or do I kind of have the arm kind of up a little bit so that the weapon is kind of shown a little bit more in the air? Don't really have a good kind of visual here, Do I want to kind of have this doesn't really work very much. Here, hold on a second. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So I wanted to get one of my old baseball bats, but so I could kind of keep the baseball bat at like a like a swinging kind of motion, like the arm is here and it's just kind of swinging along. So that's like the second position that I was kind of talking about. I could have it kind of angled backwards, kind of walking along like the first that I was kind of showing. Or I could kind of have it on the shoulder here so that that's this last position that I'm kind of showing a little bit. So they're just kind of walking along like so to get that kind of movement going there. So so yeah, just kind of showing the different possibilities of how I want to kind of show the show the different angles on the weapons and the tools. So how am I gonna draw an arm though? Maybe I should focus on the tools and weapons first. And then I'll figure out the arm next week. Let's see. Okay, so here. How do I visually show the um, let's see. Uh, so with resource gathering, how how should I show that? Should I actually have a different tool for each? Or at least the fairly, or at least you can have about 3 different tools. You can do an axe for the forest, a pickaxe for the sunstones and mithril ore, and then we could do some kind of like bucket for the holy water, or bottle, or something like that. But do I really want to go to that depth of detail on it? Um, show that this individual has, every single like tool on their person when they go out into the field, and then when they get to a particular resource, um, oh wait, I'm on webcam. Sorry, you're not actually seeing me highlight um, the individual resources. You know, uh, axe for forest, pickaxe for the sunstone and mithril ore, or the bucket for the holy water. Um, do I have the do I have 3 different tools for that? Do I have 4 tools? Some kind of different color pickaxe for the different ores? Or do I draw it in such a fashion where I just have um, like some kind of shovel or something like that, you know, so that it looks as though I'm um, using the same tool to kind of collect all the resources somehow. Not saying that the shovel is good for collecting water. Not exactly ideal, but it still kind of works as well. Do I have a single tool to handle all of the resources, or do I draw a different tool for each? I mean, I'm already drawing a different tool and different weapon for each of the monsters. So do I draw a different tool for each of the resources? Uh, keep on adding more and more to this. Now you see what I mean by um, be okay to um, be willing to say I don't really need to do any more of this anymore. We are um, you if it's it's just myself right now, so um, if it, I don't want to take 10 years on producing this game, okay? I do want to eventually finish it. Uh, Granted, it's been a year and a half since I kind of started this. Well, not really a year and a half since I started this project in particular. I started learning Unity 3D at the very start of my streaming, so it's probably been about a year of production on this. So, um, and I've hit some roadblocks along the way. So, um, you know, I do want to um, finish it, obviously. Um, but at the same time, I don't want to be taking forever on it either. So, dilemma. Forget it. I'm gonna do all the tools. Okay, it's gonna take me longer, I know. Um, but I want to be able to kind of show a little bit more, um, work in this. I want to show that um, when I'm having these individuals kind of go out and collect these resources, I want to be able to go, okay, here you go. Here's this guy collecting water. Here's this guy chopping down trees. Blah blah blah. I want to be able to kind of show the the different tools so that they can kind of stand out a little bit. Um, so we're going to be working on how are we going to be showing these. Oh boy. Okay, so we're going to want to um, that right now. Pardon me while I'm snacking. Get hungry and thirsty while you're streaming sometimes. So anyone that says you shouldn't do it, it's like, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you're at that point where you're continuing to, you're not dehydrated or hungry or something like that. You don't want to like suddenly stop the stream early, for example, just so you can get a drink of water or get some food or something like that. Snacks are good for you. Um, okay, so let's go ahead and work on the tools for these next couple minutes here. Now, first off, what we're going to be doing is creating a wooden handle here. Now, wait. Okay. I was afraid that when I changed the color, it would have it was gonna kind of mess up the rest of the it was gonna change one of the colors from like the body or something like that. Okay, so so there's a handle. Let's see. I want to design, say, like an axe. What I want to do, though, is we're going to be switching over to the edit path by nodes to kind of modify the axe head a little bit. So we're going to have a little bit of a square there. Let me zoom in on this a little bit more. Okay, so kind of create a grayish axe head, for example. So now we're going to switch over to this one, and we're going to want to we want to add in some additional nodes on this. So let's go ahead and for selected object path. Now what we're going to want to do is select something in the center here, and same up there. So what we're going to be doing is moving. Okay. So I want to try to simulate, an actual, axe head. So similar to this kind of style to it. So what I want to do is bring in, one side of the axe to a smaller area and keep, then be able to expand this portion out a little bit so it kind of creates that little curve, and then we're just kind of try to make this curve on down a little bit. So that's the intention of what I'm trying to do here. So so we need a point in the center there so that we can go ahead and curve this out a little bit. That didn't really work as intended. Those more, the lines were fairly straight. Let's see. So okay, so there we are a little bit. So there's our curved blade right at the moment. So what we're going to want to do now is we're going to come back here, and now we're going to kind of reduce down the size here. And I mean that works. I mean, could it be better? Yes, of course it could be better. Um, I mean, it's not an exact replica of this, for example, but it gets the job done. You know, it shows the curved blade, and a shorter, um, a kind of narrowed, um, the narrowed towards the handle, so um, it's just not that curved right at the moment. I'm not really liking that too much. Let's see, can I... Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Is it going to be perfect? No, it's not going to be perfect, but it's not bad. It gets the job done for our purposes. So um, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and put this axe hand and the axe blade on the handle itself, but I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste another handle so that we can use it um, for the pickaxe. Or, or maybe just a shovel. If we're having difficulty with so if we're going to be having difficulty trying to get um, the animations to work for the specific resource, say, human goes to a forest, just trying to use the axe, and somehow it pulls out the water bucket and starts collecting resources with a water bucket or something like that. That's a problem, obviously. But if I need to, I can always switch over to just a single tool and leave it at that. Okay. Using a pickaxe for the well, not exactly great. But if it's something that I'm going to need to do in the future, just to kind of make things a little bit easier for me, then I'll do it. But let me make sure that I can actually get the make sure that I create the tools, properly. So Now, typically, when you have a visual like this, having the axe blade in front of the handle doesn't really work very well. Okay, because typically, visually, you see the the blade kind of going through the handle for the most part. Sometimes you do see it. Sometimes the handle is actually going into the full-on blade. So I could do something like that. Hmm. Or I could do something like this, and it's now kind of sticking out from the handle itself. But personally, I think I'm liking this a little bit more. This is kind of looking more like the axe, so we're gonna go ahead and group these. Done. Oh yeah. Now, we want to get a pickaxe. Oh wait. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. It's time for me to get, start closing everything down here, there, folks. Okay, well, we're still moving along. We're still moving forward on this. I'm creating my, did some work on creating the soldier a little bit more. And we we came to the conclusion of what we visually want to see or be shown. Is this the end all be all of this game? No. This is much of a placeholder as anything else. Okay. But this right now is looking more towards how I want to show the sprites than I do with what I have with the Unity currently, with the tree, rock, and all that kind of jazz. This tree. Well, don't get me wrong. This tree looks absolutely fantastic. Okay. Visually, this tree looks really good. Okay, because they put a lot of detail in, the using different pixels to show to show shadows and leaves and different textures on the trunk. Problem is that it's a single tree, whereas I want to visually show a forest, and I'm not comfortable with taking someone else's art assets and modifying them for my own gain. It just doesn't really feel right. Um, same with the um, same with these characters here. Now, the the person that uploaded these assets into the store, they gave us the tools to um, manipulate these guys a little bit more, um, change clothes and so on and so forth. Okay, but um, I wanted to get some animation plus, the um, while all these guys are looking fantastic in their own right, and you know, um, you can definitely try to make a game based off these characters or something like that, like make a chess game or something like that, um, using these particular characters. You could definitely do that. It just I didn't feel um, they weren't as um, cartoony as I was kind of looking for. You know, I mean they are, but yet they aren't. Maybe I don't know. Um, no, I take that back. They do have that kind of cartoonish style to them. You know, like the worst, for example. Um, I don't know. It's it doesn't look like if I have like the entire map full of where is it? These guys, for example, that can kind of look a little intimidating for the most part, and I don't necessarily want that per se in the game, I guess. So, um, but we still have a ways to go on this. So, um, I don't know. I'm looking at the face now and going, I kind of cringe at it a little bit, but I don't really know what else to really do with it right at this time. So, so it's gonna have to. That's just the way things are gonna have to be right now. Um, so we're just gonna go ahead and leave this here for now. We're gonna continue working on the tools for next time, and then we're going to um, um, we're gonna start next week. We're gonna be kind of working on the arms, and the arms have to be. Um, I'm gonna have to be able to kind of trade the arm, much like the legs. I'm gonna need to have the arms being able to be traded between the hunters and the workers. So, um, so I don't want them to be like looking like a Trogdor arm. Well, here, uh, let me show you what I mean by that. Uh, you know, I don't necessarily want it to be looking like um, the big beefy arm too much, maybe. um, but you know, maybe I do want it. I don't really know. But you know, can you imagine 3 of these arms on this guy just to, you know, carry 3 different weapons? I don't know. We'll see. But we're gonna go ahead and close it and close everything down now, there, folks. I'm way over my time limit on this. Now, um, this seeing that I'm here in this room now, it it gives me a little bit more luxury in that I can kind of stream when I want to, when I want to. Um, so um, you know, I can change my schedule a little bit if I really want. But at the same time, I'm kind of comfortable doing the 4 hour um, 4 hour streams for the most part. Um, do I would I like to move them back to the original time slots that I had? Yeah, yeah, probably. Um, Allow for me to kind of interact a little bit more with those that are kind of working late at night. Um, but at the same time, um, you know, I don't really want to be moving my schedule around too much. Not that it's not that this current schedule has really helped me out a lot, but um, you know, because I do want um, you know, I want to be available to everybody no matter what. And I haven't really gotten to that point yet. So, um, but yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and close it down here. These videos will be uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you want. I have a link down below to my YouTube channel. On there you'll find multiple different games and multiple different playlists. You'll also find my coding streams and eventually my art, if you can call it that, um, on my coding playlist, so you can see the progress that I've done over over time, or you know the roadblocks that I've faced, and some of them took quite a long time trying to get through. So hence the reason why I'm kind of thankful um, for you know Epic Mice and DevBB, for example, because both of them helped me out during um, difficult programming sessions. Okay, they were able to kind of guide me through certain problems that I was having at the time, and it helped um, you know, allow for me to kind of move forward a little bit more. Okay, we're now in that phase where I can actually start putting characters in and um, start working on movement, which requires animation. So, um, so we're going to be kind of working on that once the art's done. But obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time to get the art done, there, folks. So, um, So we're gonna finish those off. Okay. Um, I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if you want to check those out at any point, feel free feel free to um, feel free to come on by, support me, however you want to. Um, Whether it's chatting with me in the Discord or um, saying hi on Twitter, or maybe supporting me on Patreon. Any of those is fine. Um, so let's see. I got a schedule down below showing you what day, um, what I'm doing on what particular day. Down below, showing you, which games I'm playing or the streams that I'm doing. So if you're interested in a particular game, check out the schedule. It might be there. Or, check out the YouTube channel. I might have already played it already. Um, the um, yeah, that's about it there. I do this daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST, so feel free to stop on by at any point during that time. Say hi in the chat, or don't. That's perfectly fine either way. So you're more than welcome to say hi, chat with me with whatever I'm currently doing, whether it's playing a game or doing this art, or you know, um, give me some constructive criticism or something. Anything is well. I say anything is fine, but within reason. Let's not go. Let's not be toxic. Let's not be racist or anything along those lines. Or let's not do that. Okay, please don't. Um, so, but yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching, there, folks. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. I'll see strangers next time.